Good meeting, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of April 8th, 2025. I now call this meeting to order at 5:32, and I would please like to ask for the roll call.
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Marie Vimo.
Present.
Councillor Legree. Councillor McWhorter.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
Councillor Sobalski.
Present.
Councillor Ndedick.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we do have quorum.
Thank you. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I please have you stand for O Canada? Any declaration of interest? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to our presentation, delegation, and announcements for our public meeting of 2025 budget. I just want to welcome all the public that is here tonight. It's always nice to see the room full. Just to remind the public that with the amount of people that are in here, anybody that is going to come up and speak, we really encourage it. If we can try to keep the pace a little bit, that would be great, and to keep sort of decorum in the room, as well as to remind council that if they do have any questions regarding anybody that comes up to speak, that they're clarifying questions only, because the public meeting is not a debatable meeting. And then all this information will be taken back for the final part of the budget. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Welcome to the Town of Renfrew Public Meeting 2025 budget. So there's important notes that we need to understand. We did have a transfer from old to new financial software, which includes changes from old account structure to a new structure. The 2024 numbers do not include any invoices backdated into 24 after January 16th, 2025. 2024 numbers do not include any year-end adjustments. As well, 2024 numbers are not audited yet. Payroll budget for 2025 is only entered into the main accounts. These will hopefully be adjusted for the second draft meeting, which is a date to be determined. A total comparison slide will be addressed later in this presentation, and one big move was that the CAO salary is now included with finance, as this is a reporting requirement for the provincial financial information return and was reported in the clerk's area before. The majority of the new accounts align perfectly with the old. However, there are some that need an adjustment to reflect more accurately into the proper new accounts. These adjustments hopefully will be completed before the second draft. Updated operations budget posted. Changes include the following. So the Mattaway expansion proposed internal principal change to reflect the proper difference in yearly payments at 0% interest over 5 years. All changes from the April 1st meeting, other than the items that were required further review, have been updated. The landfill public works position has been added. The South Ottawa Valley Detachment Board expenses corrected, payroll deleted, and the amount the town is responsible for has been budgeted correctly. Capital projects were reviewed on Friday, and those changes are not reflected. My understanding is there was no decisions made on Friday, so we will have to schedule another meeting for that. Reserves reflect some approved projects from previous years, as well as any normal transfers in and out that occur on a yearly basis. So the timeline today is the third last meeting as a public meeting, and we hope sometime between April 23rd to May 13th, the second draft to go to council, and final passing on May 13th. Strategies from the strategic plan. Council has adopted a strategic plan that supports an accessible, supportive, and age-friendly community by advocating for community health and wellness through strategic partnerships. They will lead in environmental stewardship for current and future generations, promote a complete community approach to growth, including supporting a mix of land uses with commercial, industrial, residential, and mixed-use development. Take advantage of its strategic location for community development and growth, improve its transportation network through investment in rehabilitation, renewal, and expansion, prioritize infrastructure renewal, and implement asset management best practices. Be a municipal leader by fostering accountability, transparency, and financial sustainability. Embrace change through innovation, use of technology, and interdepartmental, intermunicipal, and intergovernmental collaboration. Ensure the safety and protection of persons and property through effective community safety programs and fire, emergency planning, bylaw enforcement, and police services. Determine levels of service for all town programs and infrastructure, including operations and maintenance. Tax levy explained. So a tax levy is all expenses, less the grants, less the user fees, and less any transfers from reserves. That is the levy, that is the amount to be raised, is the difference between expenses and all other revenue collected. For 2025, 1% represents $113,000, $113,226.45. We've experienced a number of budget pressures this year, finalizing debenture costs for Mattaway expansion and Argyle Road construction, insurance renewals occurring mid-year, not aware of any increases to date, the change in financial software, the change in account codes from 5,000 accounts to 1,200 accounts. Budget benefits. So we did recall a $2.7 million and a promissory note to Renfrew Hydro Inc. received March 31st. We received $2,734,360.58. There is a proposal for unfinanced debt to be financed. That is to be approved by council at a later date. Town Hall, $1.4 million. Highway 60, the remainder of the Mask to Wrangler, $909,000, and a portion to Mattaway expansion of $365,000. Remaining for Mattaway expansion would be the $647,000 to be financed internally over 5 years at 0% interest if council chooses to adopt this proposal. External funding. The Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, or the OSIF grant, in 2025, we received $1,661,164, an increase of $171,971, and that solely funds capital works. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or UMF, as we call it in short form, 2025, $2,763,000, an increase of $242,300, and this funds operations. The Canada Community Building Fund, formerly federal gas tax, in 2025 we received $268,224, an increase of $10,729, and it funds capital works. Wages and benefits. Wages and benefits not including overtime, average increase of 1.89%, representing 1.47% levy decrease. Sorry, that should be increase. Includes all decisions of council to date, elimination of 2 full-time MLJs and 1 part-time CSR, updated from the first budget meeting. All student positions that were approved have been added. The landfill public works shared position has been added, and the updated main accounts, including transfer building to planning, which is the proper main account for now. All main will be divided, hopefully, on draft 2. Library received a 4% increase in their CUPE agreement. Fire, 2.35% increase for 2025. Non-union, it's proposed at 4% increase, which is consistent to previous practice with any union contract. CUPE 121 contract expired December 31st, 2024, therefore 0% change at this time. Financial information return, the functional categories for Schedule 40. Salaries inclusive of overtime, there's a difference of $245,763, an increase year over year of 2.87%, a levy increase of 2.17%. The debt interest, and that's just the interest alone, a difference of $450,000, an increase year over year of 57.66%, a levy increase of 3.98%. Materials and operating supplies, difference of $17,800, an increase of year over year of 0.56%, and a levy increase of 0.16%. Contracted services, a difference of $181,000, an increase year over year of 4.63%, and a levy increase of 1.6%. Rents and financial expenses, a difference of a negative $27,500, a decrease of 27%, and a decreased levy impact of 0.24%. These are all the reserves that we currently have. At the end of 2024, this is unaudited, of course, $18 million inclusive, and the ending balance, which does not include most of the capital projects, is not included in here because council has not decided, but it's right now we're still looking at $18 million. Long-term debt annual repayment limit. Annual repayment limit is defined as the maximum amount of principal and interest that a municipality can repay each year. So in 2025, the town of Renfrew has a $3.5 million remaining in their annual repayment limit before any borrowing in 2025. And that's calculated by any municipal owned source revenue, so property taxes, user fees, times 25%, and that equals 25% of owned source revenue. The ministry subtracts municipal debt and other financial obligations to determine the ARL. Proposed borrowing for 2025. We have the Mattaway project in total. The total remaining that needs to be financed is $19 million. Of that, $18 million would be debentured, and those payments would be $600,000 for principal and $767,436 in interest. This would be over a 30-year plan, 4.33%. This is also a program that's offered by Infrastructure Ontario, which is a far better rate than any bank that will give any municipality. So it's far lower. The banks cannot compete with these rates. The town hall renovation, it is anticipated that we will finance that from the 2.7. The Argyle, Lock Hill, Opeongo Hall, we have $7.3 million that needs to be financed. We do currently have a $6 million of construction loan on this project, and an $18 million construction loan on Mattaway, just so people know. And the Highway 60, which is the roundabout, $909,000, and it's anticipated that either we'll debenture it or we'll take it out of the 2.7. So all in total, principal and interest payments would be $2,035,709. So when we update that annual repayment limit, we're looking at a revised annual repayment limit of $1.5 million. Thank you. Any questions? questions from council?
Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, through you, and directed towards the treasurer. I wouldn't mind with regard to slide number 8. I wouldn't mind the business case with regard to the 2.7 million from Hydro. For the options compared, if we put it all to Mattaway. So I wouldn't mind a comparable to what you're proposing versus if it all went to Mattaway, just what the difference would be. And thanks.
Before the treasurer jumps in there, sorry, because it is a public meeting, we should go to the public first. So I don't know if we want to do the presentation and then we'll have the public, or do you want public to ask questions? So we'll go with the public first if there's any questions from the public up to this point.
It's the end of the presentation.
Pardon me? Yeah, I don't plan on going line by line.
Yeah, so I invite the public.
Okay, perfect. All right, so sorry about that confusion. So I would now like to welcome any member of the public that would wish to speak about the budget, reminding that it is about the budget. So I do know there's some people on the list. So, Lori Wickenshire, you want to come up first?
Sign the paper first.
You're first on the paper. Just make sure that green light's on your microphone there.
Good evening, thank you. Somehow I knew I was going to be first, and anyway, so good evening, Mayor Sidney, members of council. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. Most of you know me, but my name is Lori Wickisher, and I have the honor of serving as the president of the Renfrew and Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to address a proposal that was made in your budget deliberations that we believe could have serious implications for both the Chamber and, more importantly, the community we serve. I moved to this town nearly 9 years ago when my spouse and I bought an existing business. Our first stop to find information about the local community, especially its business community, was the Chamber of Commerce. Our first action was to join the Chamber. Our second one was to sponsor the fair, but that's neither here nor there. And as a new business owner to town, I'm sure that this is the first thing that a lot of people do. As you all know, the Chamber of Commerce plays a pivotal role in the life of our town. We are deeply committed to fostering a thriving local economy, supporting small businesses across the town and surrounding areas, with 106 active members, 85 of which are within the town of Renfrew's limits. There is a little something different about how our chamber office operates than most chambers of commerce, and that is that we take on the responsibility for promoting tourism, the lifeblood of our town. The changes that Council is currently proposing breaks an agreement that was reached with the Chamber in 1998 in order to provide funding to offer that service. And it would cause an overall reduction in our budget that amounts to, on the scale of some of the stuff we've been hearing tonight, sounds pretty insignificant, but $6,500. It may not sound like much, but it's a big deal to us, and it would hinder our ability to carry out these vital services. This budget cut would affect a number of crucial programs we currently operate. We provide a wide range of services that contribute to the town's economic health, including business support that we offer through networking opportunities to our local businesses, ensuring they have the tools they need to grow and succeed. We offer many programs, including life insurance and Moneris and point-of-sale fees, advocacy, education, and networking opportunities. From helping businesses navigate challenges to organizing events that bring people into our town, the Chamber is a critical part of our business community. We work to foster a strong sense of community by participating in local events such as New to the Frew and our new rebranded Pinnacle Business Excellence Awards that not only showcase our town, but also bring people together, creating a sense of pride and unity within the business community. But the thing we really need to think about tonight is the tourism promotion portion of our job. The provision of this information and direction to visitors to our town are key to supporting the local business, from restaurants and shops to hotels and attractions. Every visitor we bring in has a direct impact on the local economy. The service we provide in this area is why the council has supported the chamber to this level for so many years. We have been repeatedly recognized for our outstanding service in this area by numerous organizations. I understand that the town has very difficult financial decisions to make, and this may seem small, but I would urge you to consider the long-term impact of changing our relationship at this difficult time for business with so many unknowns that are facing us. The Chamber can assist in guiding our business community through some of these challenges that we are facing. The Chamber of Commerce is an investment in the town's future. The continuation of tourism information is also critical to keeping our town on the map. Cutting our budget by $6,500 now will result in a loss of tourism revenue, business growth, and community engagement down the line, things that directly benefit the town's economy and the well-being of its residents. I would ask that instead of cutting our budget, council consider alternatives that would allow us to continue this vital work. We're open to discussing ways we can collaborate with the town to find a solution that works for everyone. The Chamber is here to support the town and its growth, and we want to continue being part of that process. We are asking for your support in maintaining our budget at its current level, but we are willing to discuss other options. We want to build a stronger, more prosperous community for all. I have with me 21 letters of support from our membership, which amounts to like a quarter of the Renfrew membership. I believe that council or the mayor has received some other support directly. And with that, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to continuing this conversation and the possibility of finding ways that we can work together to ensure the success of our town. Thank you. Does anybody
Any
have
questions,
any
clarifying
questions for
questions
me?
from council? Councillor
I
Cebulski?
have all kinds of information here if you need some.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And could you, by chance, relay a couple of ideas that maybe you thought of other avenues for us to work with you? Thanks.
Well, when this came up, actually, what we did was go back to the original agreement with what was struck between the town and the chamber at the time. And when we looked at it, it was kind of broken down that the town would support the Chamber of Commerce for an hour and a half of work per day to support the tourism portion of the job. Now that, obviously, it isn't, you know, he worked 4 hours on chamber work in an hour, but in terms of a ratio of what it was felt that the administrative part of the chamber job was versus the tourism part amounted to about an hour and a half a day. So we recognize that stipend, or whatever the proper term is, that we've been allocated over the last several years had increased to $10,000. And when we recalculated it based on the current rate of pay for the person that's performing those duties, it actually only worked out to about $8,500. So that was kind of something we thought we might be able to talk about in terms of, you know, addressing if you needed to reduce us somewhat, but that so that we could still operate. That was some of the things that we looked at. Otherwise, I'm kind of open to anything that you guys would, but that was sort of where we went. Thank you. Welcome.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you, and thank you for your presentation tonight. I do have a couple questions. I'm just wondering what other municipalities are involved in the chambers.
Yes, sorry. The other municipalities are Greater Madawaska, Horton, and Admaston Bromley. But the services that we provide in terms of tourism are strictly around the town.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. And how much do each one of those municipalities contribute to your financial well-being?
They are, two of them are like executive members, and one of them is just a supportive member. But but they don't have nearly the membership. The one that's only a supporter has no members whatsoever, and the other two, well, obviously 106 members and 85 of them are within Renfrew, and kind of scattered around that way.
So, sorry, I'm just wondering, do those municipalities, do they use taxpayers' money to fund you guys? Because every year we give you $10,000 of taxpayers' money. So I'm just curious if the other municipalities are giving you money from their tax base.
It is my understanding that they would be giving us taxpayers' money in terms of the membership fees that they pay to belong to the chamber.
Okay.
Other than that, that would be all that they provide.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
Councillor
welcome.
McDonald?
Sorry, John?
Thank you. Just to the mayor, through you, Mayor, and to the rest of council. So I'm the representative on the chamber, and we have a meeting come up on Tuesday the 15th, and I do have some different options, and we've asked for a closed portion to address some of the different issues to talk about. So just to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you very much, Larry.
Thanks
Appreciate it.
again, everyone.
I'm just going to go down the list of people who signed in. So Debbie Hill, you're on the... Okay.
Mayor Sidney, Reeve Emo, councillors, all the staff and the valued supporters. I am Margaret DeBow. I am the president of the Renfrew and District Historical and Museum Society, Inc. It's a mouthful. And I'm here to address the motion to close the museum for 1 to 2 years. For 43 years, the Renfrew and District Historical and Museum Society has been the volunteer custodians of the McDougall Mill Museum. I've been involved with them for over 20 years on a volunteer basis and 8 years as president. And I can attest to the countless volunteer hours that all have been contributed and still are to operate the museum and care for its collection. The McDougall Mill and surrounding lands, as you are hopefully aware, were donated to the town and enacted by a bylaw in 1963 to operate as a museum. The McDougall Mill Museum opened in 1969 and is now in its 56th year of operation. The descendants of the McDougall, Murray, and O'Brien families would be upset to learn the town's intentions to cease operations as a museum as stated in the original indenture. I do want to clarify that we did not just step away in any way, shape, or form. But due to the declining volunteers, lack of curatorial expertise, and ongoing financial challenges, the Society, after many years and discussions and deliberations, finally reached out in 2024 to the town to further support the museum operation. In 2024 alone, the Society contributed over $24,000 to the museum's building. We supplied the window UV film for the new windows. We built a processing and photography room. We bought conservation supplies, materials, website hosting, updates, promotion, events, and staff salaries. Further, the Society obtained 2 summer students through the Society, not just through the town, which saved the town over $9,000 in compensation costs in 2024. And it is conservatively estimated that the Society has contributed 2,400 hours last year of volunteer hours. And that's a value of about $57,600. April of this year, the town entered into a partnership relationship with the town, assuming daily operations, and the Society maintaining responsibilities for the over 10,000 artifacts. A formal agreement remains outstanding between the parties. The Society, within its capacity, remains committed to the museum and its operations. We are willing to partner and welcome the opportunity to strengthen our relationship and work together to address any challenges the museum may face. Together, we can develop sustainability plans, capital improvement plans, and work jointly on federal and provincial funding programs and lobbying in order to obtain additional funding. We can get grants and things like that that you can't because we're a nonprofit, and vice versa, because you own the building. This board, along with our previous boards, have been advocates of trying to position the building to be ready for the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. And that was implemented in 2005. So we have done as much as we can, and we are willing to do whatever it takes to help you reach those goals. The town has a fiduciary responsibility, both legally and ethically, to ensure that its public buildings, spaces are kept in reasonable care and met all legislative requirements. Has fundamental commitment to the preservation, presentation, and sustainability of culture in Renfrew through the museum and other cultural institutions and local heritage organizations. Heritage stewardship recognizes that each generation has a responsibility to care for heritage resources and to preserve them for future generations. That's what we're here for. We're here to tell the story of Renfrew. The preservation, not just of the museum building itself, but of the countless stories and artifacts describing the hardships, sacrifices, and joys in the journey to build the town of Renfrew and our community is this responsibility. Museums are public trustees. Over 1,166 residents and individuals connected to Renfrew have donated artifacts and expect that these collections will be professionally cared for indefinitely. Museums, therefore, have an obligation to carry through on the trust placed in them by the individuals and the broader community. They have the responsibility to preserve, interpret their collections for the education and enjoyment of future generations as well as the current population. The society has always been invested in making the museum a cultural gem. In closing, I truly hope you will see the value the museum has to offer our town, the community, and the tourism industry. And something to keep in mind, once something is closed, it rarely ever reopens.
Thank you, Margaret. Clarifying questions? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll have two of them. The first one, I just want to clarify, you said a formal agreement with the town remains outstanding. Is there a formal?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did have there is.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, through you, the second one is to you. I just want to confirm, we have a notice of motion that's coming out of this, and it's basically to look into it with different options, right? No, we haven't stated we're going to close it. We just have a notice of motion to come forth to look into the different options. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, the CAO can back me up on this, but my understanding is that it was the motion that was brought forward was to look at options for the building, for everything like that, and direct staff. So I'll turn it over to the CAO if she wants to clarify.
Yep, so through you, Mayor, to Council and all of the public here, that the motion that had passed was for staff to bring back a report of what the implications of the operations would be. There has been no final decision made, and that report will be coming, I'm not sure exact date when it will make it in. I'm not sure if they'll be ready for April 22nd or not, but there has been no actual decisions. The direction right now is for staff to look at what those options are and what the impacts are in relation to those operations on our budget as well as to the community at large.
Councillor Anderdick, clarifying question?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and this goes to the CAO. So let's just be honest, the motion coming forward, it's when it comes, one of them is going to be, should we close the museum because it might be an impact to our tax levy. That might be one of the options, and I think that's why all these people are here tonight, because they're concerned for that. So I don't want to wrap it in, rainbows and unicorns. Let's be honest here. That's what's on the table, that we possibly could close the museum if council votes for it.
That would be one of many.
One of the options.
Yes.
Yeah, I just don't want to put a pretty bow on it. I want to be truthful with the public, and that is one, and that's why they're all here tonight, because they want to say their piece. So, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Zabolski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, and again, I know we're directing questions this way, but can we confirm that we did give permission for staff to continue to pursue student staffing also for the museum for 2025? So the ball is moving down the hill, right?
CEO.
So through the mayor to council, yes, the direction to proceed with the student positions did get approved, and the offers of employment have been sent out to those individuals, and that process is continuing.
Councilor McWhorter.
Through you, Chair, for Margaret. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
I have a clarification question, because our questions must be clarification only.
Okay.
Have the society ever looked at the accessibility of the building? Are you aware of any loopholes or leniency towards the heritage? Just so you're aware, I think I did tell you, I'm going to put a motion forward. I noticed a motion at the end of the meeting to have staff look into that, because that would be a concern going forward. As you, I'm sure you imagine, a heritage building needs certain guidelines to restructure or renovate or anything in order to fulfill that need. So that's why I'm asking you, have you got anything that you could share with us?
Well, what we have done, we prepared back in 2018, we redesigned the second floor for an emergency door that was promised to us by Kevin Hill, and that is not sure where it ever went to. There was a presentation back several years ago that Dave Lemke remembers presenting to the town about what they could do for accessibility. We can't apply ourselves because we don't own the building, but we've always said we will do whatever it takes to help get that done. Now, that's been since 2005 that we've all known that deadline is coming. That's 20 years. So that being said, I think there might still be a loophole for a heritage building, and we are looking into that. We've actually inquired, so that could help us right there.
If I may follow up. I did get an email from someone who did look into it, and I'm not sure if it's the path they're going down, and it was about if it's a volunteer, there might be some wiggle room. Unfortunately, we hire students and we hire the curators, so it's no longer, and because it's owned by the town, you see where I'm going, it's no longer a volunteer thing. I like your idea, though. We could always play it off as that, but I'm happy to get it on the table to discuss and look at all these options, because if this doesn't happen come the end of this year, we won't comply to have the building open, and it won't be in our hands. It'll actually be in the provincial government's hands. So if we start now looking at options, we have a jump on where we're going. Otherwise, next year, it just won't be open.
No, and we totally agree, and as I said, it's not just our board. It's previous boards that have come forward to try to see if we could do anything. We've put applications out, but we get knocked down because we don't own the building. And that's where we have to collaborate. We can get grants for different things because we're nonprofit. You can get grants for things because you own the building. But it's not through that little loophole that I think you did get a letter from about saying employees, because absolutely, we may be a volunteer board, but we employed students. No, it's actually through provincial and federal we're looking at, that we're hoping to see about a heritage building. But it has been 20 years on the table that we've all known that it's coming down to it.
In all fairness, we're looking at doing the town hall here for wheelchair access to the front. And you're right, it's been 205, and it needs to be done by the end of this year, or we don't comply, except we do have the back entrance. So, but I hear what you're saying. We had lots of notice.
Yeah.
Here we are today. Thank you.
We do have
So we just need to keep it about the budget, so just so we don't get off topic and get into a debate.
Yeah. We do have a great accessibility to get into the main floor, though. Anything else?
Councilor Andrew Dick, clarifying?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Yes, clarifying question. Mr. Bowe, you mentioned a few times, you said you will do whatever it takes. So my next question is how many times in the last year someone from the town of Renfrew reached out to your organization to get you to do whatever it takes?
I can't honestly say.
Thank you.
Anything.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Revimo?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation and your years of service to the museum. Is there a national or regional body, museum board of directors body or museums association that can offer assistance to us on a go-forward basis as to our responsibilities? I know that, just for instance, with the health unit, I sit on the board, and there's an association that provides an orientation package for new members, and then also re-examines your ongoing responsibilities. So is there something from the kind of an association or that you have that you could forward to us to make sure that?
And we do belong to the Ontario Museum Association, so we certainly can look into that and see if there's anything, for sure.
If you might, thank you. And is there an annual conference or or virtual learning sessions also that offer best practices for council to, and/or staff to attend?
There probably is. I'm not the person to ask that, I'm afraid. The next speaker, which is Debbie Hill, probably might be able to answer that, but we will definitely, instead of taking up everybody's time, I know there's other people to speak, we can try to get you anything like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you for listening.
Debbie Hill, please come up to the microphone. Just a reminder pertaining to the budget.
Yeah, I'm directly speaking on the budget matter. A motion for staff to investigate the operational impacts and potential closure of the Museum McDougall Mill. 2025 budget impacts. I'm going to get to the point. Do you really want to be known as the town council that has killed the museum operation? Do you really want to be the ones who slaughtered Renfrew's history? Do you want this as your legacy? I've been at town council numerous times explaining the importance of the museum, and have outlined the fundamental responsibilities of council to the preservation, presentation, and sustainability of Renfrew's culture, its heritage organizations, and heritage assets. The McDougall Mill building was donated to the town with the indenture obligation to operate as a museum. Volunteers and the society helped you meet that obligation. If you hadn't, the museum would have reverted back to the descendants. Point blank. So it was the volunteer efforts that helped that land remain town ownership. I also want to address some of the misinformation floating around, some of the discussion that happened at budget. And number one, we heard that the volunteers walked away from museum operations. We haven't walked away. As Margaret stated, we provided 24 hours of service from the society. Secondly, this town council received a report October 24th, 2023 that clearly outlined the roles of the society, the roles of the town when we approached you because of our declining volunteerism, our lack of curatorial skills to operate the museum. You approved that motion. You know what we're doing as a society. I know that it's been often talked about that the museum be turned into a pub or a restaurant. We're very disheartened by those rumors. We welcome additional visitor services enhancements on the site, but don't do it to deter from the museum core functions. And really, promoting drinking versus a public good, isn't that town's responsibility to be delivering public goods, and especially one that is a no-cost alternative to those individuals that have an income problem? The third thing that we've heard is that the museum collection has nothing to do with the mill. Unfortunately, that's not true. The artifacts and the story of the mill do exist. However, it's not been the sole focus. We cannot turn that mill back into an operating mill like other museums have. Our mandate is the broader mandate of the history of Renfrew and surrounding areas. That's what we've been doing. Number 4, that the museum staff stand around and do nothing. Behind the scenes, museum workers are involved in researching museum collections to ensure information is accurate. They help develop exhibitions and interpret stories to tell the public. They help with care, storage, and conservation of the collections, ensuring their long-term preservation. They maintain detailed records of objects, including the acquisition history, the condition, and provenance. They complete condition assessment of objects and develop treatment plans. They develop and deliver educational programs and activities for visitors of all ages. They help visitors understand the meaning and significance of the museum objects. They handle museum gift shop sales, and they ensure the safety and security of the museum collections and our visitors. They're just not standing around. Number 5, that the museum has to close because it does not meet the Accessibility for Ontarians Disability Act reporting requirements for the municipality by December 31st, 2025. The Act came in existence in 2005, and its compliance requirements have been long known by the administration and council. Compliance should have been made a town priority. The Act does not mean that the museum has to close. It outlines how the municipality shall develop, implement, and maintain policies governing how the municipality achieves or will achieve accessibility through meeting its requirements. Currently, the Act has developed standards in 5 areas to be reported on by the municipality: customer service, information and communication, transportation, employment, and design of public spaces, which applies to public spaces that are newly constructed or renovated. Many museums are facing the same challenges of achieving accessibility and have made great progress. It did not mean that they had to close down. What they have done, which we could do, is limit access to the main floor areas and use alternate communication tools to provide access to inaccessible areas. We're already on the way to achieving that goal. We are looking at alternate data software that will make our objects accessible to the public. So we're looking at that. So we're making steps. We don't have to close. In closing, I challenge this council to find other alternatives that then sacrifice museum operations. The museum operates on a shoestring of a budget and represents 0.54 of the 2025 municipal budget expenditures. What's needed is the development of a strategic sustainability plan for the museum, not closure. The museum is an undervalued gem. Preserving Renfrew's history is critical. Don't make the museum your legacy, the closure of it. Also, I'd like to comment on any reductions to the grants to community partners. You need to realize that your funding to our community organization is the most cost-effective tool that you have for alternate service delivery to your residents. Be careful what you're reducing. Many organizations can do it a lot cheaper and more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from council? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. Just, I have one clarifying question. The last part you talked about, I think this will go to you, Mayor Sidney, was Ms. Hill talking about the CIP grants?
I believe that's, no?
Okay.
Yes.
No?
No, the grants to organizations.
Okay.
CAO?
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Dick, there's two types of grant programs. There's the
Yes.
CIP, which is specific to businesses.
Okay.
And those who have front-facing organizations.
Okay.
So businesses, organizations that have an office or a facility in the CIP zone. The other one is the community partners, which is specific just to nonprofits, type situations where we provide them either support for free rentals of rooms or funding towards their programming, that type of item. So there's actually two different pockets. The one that we're talking about here is the community one, which is the nonprofit one,
Okay.
not the CIP.
Thank you so much for that. That's important information. The next question I have, Mayor Sidney, if you don't mind, through you to Ms. Hill. So just to confirm, in 2005, the Ontario Disabilities Act came out.
Yep.
The town of Renfrew was notified, you need to fix this.
Yep.
And for 20 years, the town of Renfrew sat on it, did nothing. I'm going to assume yes, so we'll go with that. Then we're going to look at the fact that on December 31st, 2025, this year, we are not in compliance with the Ontario Disability Act. However, we've heard tonight that we're going to close the museum, the government's going to shut us down, but you're saying that's not true. If we show a plan that we're working towards getting it accessible, the government's not going to shut down the museum. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying tonight?
The municipal obligation is to report on the 5 area of standards that
Okay.
I outlined. Within those areas, it tells you what you need to be doing. The only one that really impacts the museum is our customer service areas. Has nothing to do really with building the interior washrooms, et cetera, You need to be showing that you have a plan in place, that you're working towards those improvements.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor
Okay.
Sidney.
Any other clarifying questions? Review?
Thank you. I may not have caught properly your last couple sentences where you can say, be careful, somebody can do it better.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I was saying that your grants to community partners is one of the most cost-effective delivery mechanism of services to your residents. I know that for every $1 that you donate to a community organization, they can deliver it a lot less expensive than the town. So you should be supporting your community partners.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Sandy Hines in the back.
Can I ask something from the public or clarify something? Get some clarification?
No.
Are you accepting that? You asked for public questions before.
You can come up to the microphone.
You can't hear me from here.
Do you need some help? Here.
Through council and through you, Mayor Sidney, the reason why we're asking for is to ensure that the information is provided on the mic.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry. I just really think it's important to clarify, and I do believe that the CAO can also attest to this, that in any community, certainly that act came into place in 2005, and each and every year, and I assume this council still does that, is there has to be a report. And previously, the clerk brought that report forward to council of what the plan was. It didn't matter if it was this building, if it was the rec center, if it was Mattaway, or if it was the museum. All of those things have to be addressed. Anything that you own that needs accessibility. So I assume you're still doing those, and those are approved by council. Whether you've got to it in the last 3 years or not, I have no idea about that. But I'm just saying that you're making it sound like nobody addressed it since 2005, which is not so. There is an obligation, and I think Debbie mentioned that each year council has to show what the plan is. And if you go back and look at Clerk Baumer's records, you will find those plans came forward to council of how much money we need to put into this, what we could delay, what could move forward right away. So you need to check out those records. Hopefully they weren't destroyed, and you can see what the plan was for the museum. So, and the museum, over the time that I was here, was very close to, with council to work through those plans. So, I mean, you need to check that out. It's a little misnomer that nobody looked at it since 2005. Like 20 years later, we're here. That's not so, but you have to check out what's was an obligation before and what council actually did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Clarifying about the budget?
No. We'll leave it alone.
We're going to go down the list first, Don, because there's...
Want to make a comment on this part? I could.
Is it related to budget?
To do with the museum?
But about the budget of the museum?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. As to accessibility, this is but the only thing that I've really looked into that's not covered by the other lady speaking. I talked to John Yakubuski this morning about that, and John said his answer to me was, well, the provincial government is certainly not up to date on their accessibility. And I said, well, you think they'd give an extension? He said his words were, I see no reason why you could not get an extension. As simple as that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Seeing no more questions? Sherry Harris is next on the list. Just a reminder pertaining to the budget.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Sidney, Council, Review 1. So I actually was hoping to speak after Lori because I'm here in support of the Chamber. My name is Sherry Harris. I'm a job developer with On Track Employment Services. So we are one of those community partners that can also cost little money to assist with opportunities as well. So I can confidently say that the Renfrew Area Chamber of Commerce has been a vital partner with us, promoting our service, our events, and our presence in the community since we established as an organization in 2018. We've had our employment service manager, who's recently retired, was an active member of the Chamber for the last 4 years, making key contributions, and it was an opportunity for us as an organization to get the word out there on what we can do and how we can support our partners. So this was done through the Chamber via their social media outreach, event promotion, and networking opportunities. They've helped us connect with countless job seekers, employers, and other community partners in Renfrew. They've supported our grand opening. They showcased our adaptability during COVID and celebrated our achievements through their annual awards. So just to wrap up, the Chamber plays a key role in strengthening local business and employment services, and we strongly support in keeping it as is intact, as it is a valuable asset to the town of Renfrew. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. I just have a quick question. Obviously, you know, the members of the public are coming forward, they're asking from us. So this is the reason I like to ask some questions, because I want to make sure it's important to us, it's important to you. So one of the questions I have, you find people jobs, correct?
That's correct.
So can you give me a rough number of every year how many jobs you find for people in the town of Renfrew?
Well, I would say we are probably looking at, I'll just say over 250 jobs.
And how many employees do you have?
We have a staff right now of 7.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No? All right. Catherine Lindsay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I am here in relation to the McDougall Mill Museum, and I'm really here as a legacy person presenting. My mom is Marjorie Lindsay. She was a founding member of Heritage Renfrew. She was very active in the Lumber Baron Festival for many years, for the number of years with the town of Renfrew, celebrating the history and cultural diversity and depth of this area. And she also was named the first official historian for the town of Renfrew. And that's something that we as the family are extremely proud of. She was very dedicated to that and did a lot of work for the town. And part of that, she and my dad, Earl Lindsay, were very active supporters of the Mill Museum, donating, advocating, and educating through the museum and the role that it played in this town. And I just wanted to be here as a member of the public. I'm 6th generation Horton and Renfrew County, town of Renfrew. Our family has a long history here. We understand the history. We see the value of the history, and it would be very unfortunate if that were to be sacrificed for money. Quite frankly, surely there are other ways that the budget situation, the budget deficit, the levy issue can be resolved other than sacrificing this particular asset to the town and the area. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Hearing none? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
You can show it. Sure. So this is a photo that my parents had photographed. It's from Nick Rubel from 1977.
We have to keep it about the budget. I'm sorry. It has to stay about the budget.
Okay. This is what you want to provide money for.
There you go.
You can throw in a few million.
Claire Rubel is next on the list.
Yes, Mayor. I'm not going to speak because I do believe that Debbie and Margaret and Kathy said it all.
Okay. So just because it wasn't at the mic, just for the people listening at home, that she has decided not to speak because everything that has been said so far is pretty much what she was going to say too. So,
Just to keep the time factor going.
Elizabeth Huckabone.
Good evening, Mayor Thompson and Council. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Elizabeth Huckabone, and I run the Gymnastics Day Club here at my FM Center on Wednesday nights. We are a not-for-profit club run by all volunteers. We have a memorandum of understanding with the town to share equipment in order to make both our clubs more viable to the area. And I was just wondering if you could please tell me what the decision was made for the budget this year regarding the town putting the hooks in the gym floor so that the bars can be upgraded to a size that is appropriate for all gymnasts to use.
Great. Thank you. Any clarifying questions?
I asked a question.
She can.
I have more to say. This is my first time speaking, so I wasn't sure how this worked.
Yeah, just go through what you want to say.
Okay, well, it depends on what your answer is.
Yes. So through the mayor to everyone actually in the public, what's happening right now, this is not a back and forth public meeting. The public meeting is for you to provide all of our questions at the end, and after the meeting we will be providing a Q&A of all of the questions that are asked. There will be answers provided afterwards, so we can't answer any right now because we didn't necessarily know which ones would be here to know which specific information to have with us at this time. So any questions that are provided, the information will be provided afterwards in a Q&A document provided from the town.
Okay, can I provide a little bit more information then, please? Okay, so a couple of years ago, the town and I had our memorandum of understanding, and we realized that we needed to upgrade the parallel bars for the club so that both could use them. The bars we're currently using, my gym club owns, and they're very tiny. They're made for small children. The maximum would be 9 years old, an absolute maximum weight of 60 pounds. In order to offer more to the area, older kids that are interested in the sport, we need a set of parallel bars that can hold their weight and be stable enough for them to do different activities on the bars. So when we were at the rec center, the town did have a set, but as we moved, that set was no longer able to be used. The town purchased a set of standalone bars that we found was too large and cumbersome. They're too heavy you couldn't move them in and out of the gym, so the gym wouldn't be able to be used for anything else. So they got returned, and then we started looking at other options. The parallel bars that I'd like to purchase are bars that can be taken apart and wheeled in and out each week, but they require 4 hooks in the floor of the gymnasium, and that's why I'm asking if the town has made a decision on if they were going to do that for us. So there's a company that's installing these hooks in Arnprior in April, which was the information given to me by the town. And if we put the hooks in at the same time that they're coming to Arnprior, then it'll cost $3,500. If we do it separately, it'll be $5,000. Either way, if the town is unable to provide that for us, my club has offered that we would pay for these hooks to be installed, and then we would come up with some sort of an agreement that maybe we would be paid back in lieu of rent or some sort of negotiation that way. My club is also willing to purchase the new bars, which are approximately $11,500, and we would then own the bars, which is part of our memorandum of understanding, is I own half of the equipment and the town owns the other half, to keep things fair. Okay?
So just because this is about budget, and I appreciate what you're saying and all that stuff, I think the best way to do this, and not to make you do it all over again, but to do a formal delegation so that we could debate that and have the motion to go. We can't do that debate today. We can't. It's solely about talking about the budget and clarifying questions, so we can't answer any questions today.
Okay.
But if you want to go through the clerk and do a delegation on the 22nd of April, it'd be doing the same thing, 10 minutes right before council meeting, and going through that so that we do it in a proper manner so that you're able to ask that request.
Okay. Yeah. So I've been asking town, and if we do it at the 22nd of April, then we're probably going to miss our window to do it at the same time as Arnprior.
Okay. Councilor McCord?
A clarifying question. It is in the capital budget? and we haven't looked at the capital budget except for a few minutes. So I did see it in the capital, so to clarify, we actually haven't had a chance to yay or nay anything in that, so.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, is it capital? Why? Because it's a new purchase? Because it would be a replacement of the bars that were originally purchased.
To clarify, it's in the capital budget?
Yeah.
I questioned that myself, why it was not maybe on another list. I chair the Renfrew Recreation Nottaway fundraising group.
Okay.
I have a director in the audience, Sandy Hines.
Point of order here. This is getting off topic,
but
and we don't have a director here to answer that.
Could have been brought to us.
Okay.
So
sorry.
I would recommend you reach out to the clerk and come and.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to the clerk for 1 second. Okay, Councillor Anderdick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you, and these are clarifying questions. Thank you for speaking tonight. I feel your frustration. So one of my questions, you mentioned a few times tonight, you have been asking?
Yes.
So have you got an answer yet?
As to when they're putting the hooks in, no.
Okay, and how long have you been asking?
At least a year.
Okay, I'm sorry about that you haven't got an answer yet. So the next question I have is, you say, so I just need to understand, you're a nonprofit on Wednesday nights, your organization, it's called the A Gymnastics?
Gymnastics A, yeah.
Gymnastics A, and then there's another gymnastic program?
The town has a gymnastics program.
The town,
Yes.
okay. You're a nonprofit, do you charge for your children to come in, or is it free?
We charge. Our fee is based on the insurance and the rent that we have to pay.
Okay, and then, okay. I have solutions, but I'm not allowed to talk about it right now, so thank you very much.
I'll turn that over to the clerk for a second.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney. So not to add frustration to what sounds like already a frustrating situation. However, Council is currently undergoing budget deliberation. At this point in time, no decision has been made on the final 2025 budget and/or capital. And at our April 4th, what was to be our capital meeting, no discussion on capital items were discussed at that time. So I think it's great that you're here and that they received this information. Should Council wish to move forward in a more expedient manner to consider your request, they have the ability to do so. Maybe after the meeting, you and I can touch base, and if you can formalize your request in writing, then I can put it before Council. Should they choose to schedule a special meeting or bring it forward in a different manner, then they have that ability to do so. But unfortunately, the mechanism right here, right now, tonight, that decision can't be made on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald, sorry, did you? Thank you very much. Thank you. Sarah Boyer.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council, members of town staff. My name is Sarah Boyer, and I do appreciate a little bit of time to speak to you tonight about the budget, about any potential closure, short-term or otherwise, of the McDougall Mill Museum. You may have seen the petition I started that has been circulating. As of 5 p.m., there was 950 signatures on that petition in support of our amazing museum. And just a little about myself. I was born and raised in Renfrew. I moved away for a while, but when my husband and I wanted to have a family, we knew it was time to come home. We knew this community could give our kids a great childhood, and it has. So before I go much further, though, I just want to take a second to recognize and thank all members, past and present, of the Renfrew Historical Society, because if not for them, I wouldn't even be here to argue to save this museum. We wouldn't even have it. I would also like to just say that, I don't I'm speaking to you as a member of the public. I don't belong to any committees or organizations, and I haven't had the pleasure of meeting anybody on the committee, but I'm very familiar with some of their names. I've heard a lot over the past few years about Margaret, Ron, and now Glenn, who works for the town. They're legends in my house. So I think it's fair to say that most people were caught off guard by the motion proposed by Councillor McWhirter and seconded by Councillor MacDonald to close the museum. And I did watch that meeting on YouTube, and I watched it 3 or 4 times to make sure I had it right. The timeline was close it in the short term beginning 2025, possibly into 2026 as a cost-saving measure. Now, I was absolutely shocked for 2 reasons. Number 1, who just closes a museum on a whim? And number 2, I know in the 2024, the town of Renfrew agreed to assume operations of that museum and entered into a partnership with the Historical Society. So to see that motion brought forth to close it for any amount of time was appalling. It's only been 1 year, and the town's trying to backtrack already. 1 year and you want to close it. And don't try to tell me it's a short-term closure, because I don't believe that for a second. And I'm just wondering if you've considered the amount of damage that would occur to the artifacts in the museum if it sits closed and neglected. I'm wondering if you've considered who is going to maintain that collection for the 2 years it sits closed. I'm going to assume you're just going to expect more free time and labor from the society. And then I guess I'm also wondering why the town would hire a museum curator, bring them in, and a year later shut the whole thing down. You have an expert now on your staff that could take this museum to new places. And to that, you just hired a bunch of summer students, and now you're talking about shutting the museum for the summer. So you're going to lay them off too, I suppose. Believe me when I tell you, I appreciate the financial situation this town is in. My tax bill makes me nauseous. However, I don't want to see any facility close, whether it's a museum, a tennis court, a rink, or a gym. To be fair, I'm a self-proclaimed proud history nerd. I work for the Library and Archives of Canada, and when people say they're living the dream, I can say it and mean it. So it's no surprise that I'm really passionate about this subject. That's why I started the petition. I just wanted people to know what was on the table, because this proposal really came out of nowhere halfway through the budget planning, which is completely inappropriate. The museum in this town is an icon, and I'm so grateful to all the people that shared and signed that petition, because that shows they agree with me. So speaking as someone who works a little bit in the field, I'm wondering if you have considered what the financial cost is of closing a museum, because there's a cost. I know you think there's just whatever in there, but they're artifacts, and there are certain rules and regulations that have to be followed when you're deaccessioning in a museum. It's not as simple as closing it. I'm wondering if you've considered the feelings of the people of this community who chose to donate parts of their history and heritage to share it with the community in that museum. What are you going to tell them you're doing with all of those things? You may think it's as easy as maybe just giving them back, and it can be. But if any of those people were issued charitable donation tax receipts, you can't just give it back. CRA is going to get involved, and that's going to get complicated for you. And then I guess for us too. So they may not seem like important items or situations to some of you, but that museum is the heart of this town. It is one of our biggest tourist attractions, and I can't fathom just on a whim deciding to shut that down. So no matter which way you go, whether you close it in the short term or you close it in the long term, it's going to cost you money. And I'm sorry, what was that, 0.52? 54. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, 0.54% of your budget? You're not going to save that. That's absolutely incorrect as of now. And the fact that you even brought this up speaks volumes to me about what your intentions for this museum are. I watched council send the members of the staff back to the drawing board to cut their budget. So I'm asking you today to do the same. Go back to the drawing board, look again, and find another way to save money. As elected officials, you should be representing and advocating for the best interests of this community, and you certainly are not. So on a personal note, as I said at the start, I know the names of some of these people. My daughter, Anna, is fortunate enough to have worked at the museum for the past 4 years. Hopefully this summer's the 5th, she signed a letter of agreement, so fingers crossed, she's got a job. This year, she was interviewed for and accepted the position of Assistant Museum Director, partly funded by a grant, and she's going to be working alongside Glenn. So she started at this museum when she was 15 years old, and she's almost 19 and finishing her first year at university. Every summer, Anna comes home from work and talks to us about how amazing they are, how nice they are, what she learned from them, who came into the museum that day. Because of all of those amazing volunteers and staff members who have spent years interviewing, recruiting, hiring, and then very patiently training countless numbers of students, they're giving them a job, but also a unique experience and skill set. These summer students get an in-depth lesson about the history of our community, and they're able to pass that knowledge along to the visitors that come through. As a parent, I think the greatest thing they do, which they probably don't even realize, is just be amazing role models for these kids. They give so much of themselves and their time, simply because they want to, because it brings value to this community, and because it's important. And this is what I meant when I said I knew our girls would have a good childhood here. I'm aware there was debate at Budget 2 about eliminating the summer student jobs, even though a good portion of it is funded by the grants. Each summer, those student jobs are amazing opportunities for the youth of this town, and it's sad to me that you can't see the value in that. The museum is a big part of what makes a town a community, and so is Mattaway, the library, the tennis courts, the soccer fields, the ball diamonds, the playgrounds, and all of the amazing programs I see being offered by the town of Renfrew. There's something here for everyone, and that's what makes for a healthy, vibrant community. At the end of the day, this really is not about me, my daughter, or any of us. There was a time before us, and there will be a time after. However, I always prefer to be on the right side of history. Do the counselors really want to be known as the guys who closed the museum? That's really not a stellar legacy. Just as an aside, I just want to mention, if you don't like what I had to say, please don't hold any of my comments against the Renfrew Historical Society, any members of the town staff, and my daughter. I do thank you so much for your time tonight. I have with me a copy of the petition that I started really just to raise awareness with over 950 signatures. There's a whole lot of amazing comments I would urge all of you to read because they're very positive and glowing, and it's always nice to hear good things. And I would also really invite any of you, especially any of you who don't see the value in this museum, or who maybe thinks the employees stand around and do nothing, to stop by this summer and let them give you a tour, okay? Take a little bit of time, appreciate the history of this town, and I think, you know, you'd probably maybe be impressed if you gave it a chance. Andrew, may I pass that to you to pass along? Okay, that's all I have to say. Any questions?
I was going to get the clerk to clarify what to do with the petition.
Oh, yes.
Just so we know what to do with it.
Through you, Mayor Sidney.
Okay. Order.
Any questions for me?
We'll just go through what we do with the petition so
Sure.
you know what happens to it, and then
Yep, through you, Mayor Sidney. So a petition, we do have a section on our agenda that does speak to correspondence and petitions. So we do receive them formally. So what I would suggest is I have this now. If you have a digital copy, that's even better.
Yep.
If you can forward that to me before Wednesday at noon, then what I can do is ensure that it is placed on the next council agenda, which would be April 22nd.
That's right.
So the Wednesday, depending on if it's still being circulated, the Wednesday before that meeting, which off the top of my head. I think that is the 15th. Okay, 60, so yeah, so if you get forward to me by the 16th at noon, then I'll ensure, and then it'll be formally received by council at that point in time.
Great. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions from council? Hearing none. Anybody from the public wish to speak about any other items? Seeing none.
Maybe I put my head forward.
Come on up, Norm. Pertaining to the budget.
Your worship, members of council, members of the public, I had no idea I'd be here speaking this evening. It was only this afternoon that I heard about your budget and the fate of the mill, and there's nobody that watches what the town spends more than what I do. I spend a lot of tax money here, and I like to see it spent wisely. And over the years, maybe that hasn't been the case in a lot of issues, but that's not what we're looking at tonight. We're looking at this mill. You know, we're looking at the picture that you see on everyone here. You know, with the swinging bridge and a beautiful park and our mill, and I can't see a sign being stuck on that building saying condemned or closed for renovations or for sale or whatever the case is. That's history of this town, and if it costs me a few dollars more, I'm willing to chip in, because the little bit that's of the budget that's spent on this mill, we have to keep it. We have to keep that here. That's our legacy. If we let that go, what else are we willing to let go? Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at how we can make that work, and if I have to work with the committee to do so, so be it. This is very, very short notice, and whatever we got to do, let's save the mill. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So seeing as there's no other members of the public speaking, just for council, clarifying questions isn't like towards the treasurer, is more in the debate of the budget, not in a public meeting type thing. So you'll still have the opportunity to ask all those questions. So at that point, I'd like to, review.
Could you clarify, the next meeting we have will be a public meeting as well? So we're not discussing the budget in a closed area. It'll be out in front of cameras and yes, with minutes and everything. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. The next budget meeting will be broadcast and minutes and all the rest of it, so the public will get to the opportunity to see it. So with that, I officially close the public meeting. I want to thank everybody for coming, and we were going to take a 10-minute recess so that we can transition.
Good work.
Thanks for clarifying. Ask a question, everybody just Nope.
Welcome back, everybody. We have no delegations or presentations. Any announcements from the floor? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. On April 27th, Saturday, April 27th, very special day in Renfrew. My father will be turning 80 years old, but that's not the big announcement. We are going to be celebrating his 80th birthday, plus he has been volunteer coaching in the town of Renfrew for the last 50 years. So he's put many, many kids through the bowling program. We're going to be having an open house at the bowling alley Saturday afternoon. I will be sending out a formal letter to Mayor Reeve and all of council to come and join us for a day of celebration of a great man who has dedicated 50 years of his life to volunteering young children. Thank you.
Thank you. That's impressive. Any other announcements? Hearing none. Going into Committee of Adjustments, there's nothing. The Renfrew Town Council convene in the Committee of the Whole to consider reports for recommendations to Council. Mover, please. Councillor Cebulski, second by Councillor McWhirter. All in favor? We are now in Committee of the Whole. Moving on to Development and Environment. First motion is that Committee of the Whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council approve the application for the designation of lands as being not subject to part lot control for Block 16 of Plan 49M-93, designated as Part 1 to 12, Plan 49R-20201, and Block 21, Plan 49M-93, Parts 1 to 12, Plan 49R-20695, located within the Hunter Gate subdivision, Phase 4. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhirter, and I will turn it over to Director Withers.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So this is a fairly straightforward application. It's required any time you need to subdivide townhouse blocks that are created through the plan subdivision process. You cannot actually survey, or should not in most cases, survey townhouse units until the foundations are in place. When they are in place, the lots are surveyed, reference plans are prepared, and an application for part lot control is submitted to the municipality. This particular report deals with two 6-unit townhouse blocks on blocks 16 and 21 of Plan 49M93, which is Hunter Gate Phase 4. 49R 2020 20201 is Block 16. It's included in Appendix A. 49R 20695 is Block 21. It's attached as Appendix B. The draft part lot control bylaw is attached as Appendix C. This is located on Forest View Crescent, as council be aware. Once council approves this, it's then forwarded to the county for final approval. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to computer worker here. That the Committee of the Whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council authorize the Mayor and Clerk to enter an agreement with the Ontario Clean Water Agency to participate in the IESO Voltus Energy Program. Mover, please. Revimo, seconded by Councillor McDonald, and I'll turn it over to Manager Springer.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So Aqua has recently approached town staff with the opportunity to participate in the Independent Electric System Operator IESO Voltus Energy Program, which many of their other clients participate in. Participating in the program means that the town's wastewater treatment plant and water treatment plant would participate in 2 optional game days per year where energy demand is high, and typically those are on the coldest and warmest day of the year. On game day, Aqua would transfer load from line power to the generator power. This would then result in a savings, which would be estimated at $8,300 based on participation in 2 game days. The town would then receive a credit from Aqua for 80% of those cost savings, and Aqua would retain 20% to cover the costs associated with participating in the game day, including fuel and labor costs. Participation would also complete a quarterly generator load run test, which are required regardless as a preventative maintenance measure. This matter is being advanced to council today for final approval today, as delaying approval would mean that we would miss the window to register for the summer fall game day, and then miss out on that savings opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Post-transition non-eligible recycling, that the committee of the whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council provide appropriate direction to staff based on the options noted. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter, and I'll turn it back over to Manager Springer.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. As council is aware, the Blue Box recycling program is transitioning across the province from the stewardship model to a producer responsibility model under provincial regulation 391. Transition will be fully complete on January 1st, 2026, and at that time, non-eligible sources, as defined by the regulation, will no longer receive recycling collection. Non-eligible sources are primarily commercial, industrial, and most institutional properties, including places of worship, not-for-profit organizations, hospitals, municipal buildings, and community facilities. The town of Renfrew has approximately 319 non-eligible stops. However, it is believed that some of these non-eligible stops do not utilize curbside recycling, such as large industrial properties and big box stores. As the collection of non-eligible sources will not occur starting January 1st, 2026, under the new recycling model, council will have to decide if the town will continue collecting non-eligible recycling post-transition, and if so, the logistics regarding how to go about this collection and how to fund it. These are questions that every municipality in Ontario are facing. I have been in discussion with some of our neighboring municipalities regarding their approach. The report includes a summary of these discussions. Many local municipalities are at the same stage in the decision-making process as we are. However, the town of Carleton Place has already made the decision to stop non-eligible source collection, and that was made in 2023. That was due to the uncertainties of the transition and cost increases. So far, they have had minimal negative consequences. Additionally, I will note that Mississippi Mills received a high-level estimate of $65 per stop per month for post-transition non-eligible collection. We currently pay about $15 per stop per month, all in. In discussions with other municipalities, we believe that a refined cost estimate would likely come in less than that $65 a stop per month. However, significant cost increases are expected. Additional discussions with a larger group of municipalities are being scheduled for later in the month, actually next week. So I am presenting this report today to get an idea of the direction council would like to go in advance of further discussions with other municipalities. I suspect that this topic will require lots of discussion, and council will want to engage with the business community. There is some time to do this. However, it would be ideal for council to provide formal direction in the next month or so. There are a number of decisions to make in the short term. These include, firstly, if the service is to be continued or not, and the level of service, including curbside collection and depot drop-off. Secondly, if council wishes to continue the service at this time, council needs to decide if it would like staff to participate in joint procurement with other municipalities. And thirdly, if council is interested in joint procurement, council would need to decide if it's open to a sole source procurement, which is something that other municipalities have suggested. In the long term, if the service is continued, council will need to decide how to fund the service. Many other municipalities have a waste levy that they use. Additionally, council, in collaboration with staff, will need to work through the perceived logistical challenges of either decision or direction. For example, if collection is continued, how will we differentiate non-eligible and eligible sources on the street? And if collection is not continued, how will we ensure that recyclable material does not end up in our landfill? Thank you, and I am open for questions.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you, and directed towards the manager. So currently we have 319 non-eligible? Yes, confirmed?
Yes.
Thank you. And I noticed, I think it was Smith Falls, they simply do the downtown. Do we have any idea the costing if it was just downtown?
Most of our non-eligible stops are in the downtown core or on the O'Brien-Stewart area. So it would be a reduction, but not a significant one.
Follow-up?
Thank you, follow-up. And just to confirm, did I hear $15 per stop per month, or was it 65?
Manager?
Through you, Mayor. Currently, we are paying $15 a month approximately, and then the high-level estimate that was provided to Mississippi Mills, this was very, again, high-level, very informal discussion, was $65 a stop.
Councillor Zabowski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just to follow up on Councillor McDonald's question. So currently we are helping with the transition. We are working with these 319 non-eligibles. We're picking up their garbage currently, and that means they are included at the $15 per stop right now, or are they not included?
Manager?
Through you, Mayor. So currently, we have transitioned as of July of 2023, and so the producer responsibility organization, Circular Materials, covers all the costs for eligible collection, so for residential. Council provided direction, it might be in the history there, to continue collection for non-eligible sources during the transition period, which is from when we transitioned in July of 2023 through to the end of the year. But the way that it's happening now at the $15 an hour or $15 a stop per month rate, that cannot continue past into 2026. They have to be in separate trucks or in separate different portions of the truck if it's a split truck, and that has to do with how the pros Circular Materials need to calculate how much they've collected specific to eligible sources. They can't be mixed in the same truck, and that is why we believe that the cost is going to go up. One, it's logistically more challenging, and there'll be more administrative costs, and you will need a separate truck, most likely.
Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I just want to clarify some things so we're all on the same page, and especially the viewers at home. So come July 1st, 2025, the residential areas are still going to have the recycle picked up, yes or no?
Through you, Mayor, it'll be January 1st.
Thank you.
And yes, residential collection will still be picked up. It may change slightly from what we are doing. There'll be probably an expanded list of what is recyclable, and there may be changes to what day things get picked up, but we don't know that yet.
Okay, thank you for that. And then if you're okay, I'm just going to continue going, Mayor Sidney. Thank you. So just to clarify, just so I understand, so when you say a $65 pickup fee, per pickup fee, are you stating that it's going to be $65 times 319 pickups?
Through you, Mayor, if that is what the price comes in at, it would be $365 per month times 319. And again, we could refine that number possibly because we do know that some of those numbers don't use the service.
And you think it's actually going to go up probably from $65?
Through you, Mayor, I think it'll go down.
You think it'll go down? Okay. So here are my thoughts. I'm just going to give my thoughts on it because the manager is looking for direction. I think I like what Councillor McDonald said about possibly looking at just doing the downtown core. But then we got the downtown core, and then we got Plant, and we got Argyle because the businesses on Main Street put it on the back. And then, so I don't know what the answer is. I think maybe do we put it on our taxpayers that we're going to pick up businesses' cardboard and recycle? Or do we ask the business owners to help out and we do a depot, we do a drop off at the Renfrew dump, the Renfrew landfill. And I'm getting there. And so I don't know. I don't have the answer right now. I'm leaning right now towards working with the business owners that they transport it down to the landfill. However, I am definitely opening to many conversations on this. I don't have the answer right now, but I think in the next month we need to find answers. Thank you.
Councillor Sabelki?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So quick math, it's or $250,000 a year if it stays at this price. We know what that means. We know what that represents. My question is, of the eligible properties, does that include, or non-eligible, that includes Renfrew Town Hall? That includes Renfrew Public Works. That includes the Renfrew Library. Does that include a lot of our facilities that then we would have to be responsible for taking care of our own garbage independently if we were to choose to go to Councillor Andrew Dick's comment?
Through you, Mayor. This is only for recycling, not for waste, but yes, every single one of the town of Renfrew's facilities are considered a non-eligible source.
Follow-up, Councillor Andrew Dick.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sidney. So I have a question then. So there's a few business owners on council. We have businesses, we have cardboard. Can we take that cardboard to our residential house and put it out front?
Manager Springer.
Through you, Mayor, that is not something that we can recommend.
Oh. Well, neither. I wouldn't recommend it either, Manager
Yes,
Springer.
however, many municipalities have raised the question to Circular Materials, how are they going to tell the difference? Particularly in a downtown area like ours where there's commercial on the bottom and residential on the top. Residential is eligible, the commercial is not. Circular Materials has responded that they will be training their staff, the collection, to identify residential versus commercial, and will be doing audits.
Thank you.
Councillor McWhorter.
Through you, Mayor. For Amanda, it's mentioned here about doing a joint thing with other municipalities. Is there savings to that? And is that with Miller? We're already using Miller, I believe.
Through you, Mayor. So we are currently using Tops Environmental Solutions for both our waste and our recycling, the non-eligible recycling. So Miller is going to be the prime contractor for Circular Materials in 2026 for this region. So we currently have a joint tender for our waste collection, and typically those do result in a lower cost because they can do more stops. They can do a whole route across many municipalities instead of just working with one municipality.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And I'm just reading the, you're looking for direction from us today. What I wouldn't mind getting, and this is to the manager, I wouldn't mind getting the actual cost. Are we able to get that, potentially specifically for downtown? Is that doable?
Through you, Mayor, I can get you actual stop numbers, but in order to get an actual price, we would have to go either to a request for proposal or a sole source with Miller, which would take some time. So at this point, I am just asking for a direction on what way you want to go on that. Like, it's no use going for an RFP if there's absolutely no interest in providing the service, for example. But again, we would come back with the results of an RFP later if that is the direction the council chooses.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Manager Springer, is the hospitals and the homes and the hospice, are they included in this, in the 300 plus stops? Because that's a significant cluster out there.
Through you, Mayor, it is my understanding that the hospital and the hospice and all the medical offices are considered non-eligible sources, but the long-term care facilities are considered eligible. However, the for-profit ones would be grandfathered in, so any new ones that are for-profit would be considered non-eligible.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and this will be my third time talking on the topic, so my last. Manager Springer is looking for direction from us tonight. What's that? No. She just said.
Manager Springer, you want to clarify that for me, please?
Through you, Mayor. So I am looking for sort of your thoughts going into meetings with other municipalities that are scheduled to come up, but I don't need an actual formal direction for a couple weeks, which gives you time to talk to the business community.
Thank you for clarifying. No question needed. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
So can we put this out for another 2 weeks or a month, or do you want us to vote on it tonight?
I'm going to get clarification from Manager Springer. So just the way I'm taking it is you're looking from us to say, talk to other municipalities, see if there's an opportunity to maybe partner, do they want to? And then I'm kind of hearing also, like, can we figure out what it would cost if we do the downtown, or like, is there like a couple of directions? You know what I mean? Because there's so many things here that I think are like, you know, you pick one and then we lose out, but yeah, so.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. So we're going to come back, staff, we're going to come back with another report on this. I think we just need to understand what council's openness to alternative options are on this, whether we want to keep it status quo, you know, cost be damned, or whether we're open to exploring things like, you know, limiting service to certain areas of town, things like that. We also need to understand council's comfort with working with other municipalities on a joint tender, perhaps, like we did with the garbage collection tender. Same idea. The thinking is that Miller Waste might be a competitive option because they are going to be providing the eligible collection through CMO, so they might have better pricing than would be available from other vendors. There might be some lower cost one, but there also might be, besides cost, there might just be more greater efficiencies in terms of how they operate. So we need to also understand whether council is okay with looking at them as a potential sole source option in the event that it's permitted by the town's procurement policy, and understanding that they're already going to be in town. So it might make sense to just work with one contractor if their pricing is competitive. Thank you.
Councillor Sabowski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And now hearing that, I'll give my hear backs. I'm curious on how the uptake of Carleton Place's decision has gone. I'm curious to know what other communities or municipalities are going to follow the Carleton Place model of deal with it yourself. And I'm curious to know what Carleton Place's pushback has been, or their uptake and acceptance just on that. It's not our problem. I'm just curious on that. That's what I'd like to learn. Thank you.
Manager Springer.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Spolsky, there is some additional details in the text of the report. Generally, it went fairly well, but they were able to give their business community 6 months notice, so that also was a factor.
Bear with me for 1 second here. So the clerk just kind of put a motion out here. I just want to read it to council, see what you think. That the committee to hold defer further decision on post-transition of non-eligible recycling collection until additional information can be brought forward, and further that staff be directed to engage appropriate stakeholders. So does that give you enough, Manager Springer or Director Withers?
I would perhaps just offer a wording suggestion that staff be directed to engage in preliminary discussions with adjacent municipalities and potential contractors toward a collection strategy, if that makes sense.
Does council have anything to add, or like, is that the direction that council is comfortable with?
And so, excuse me, Your Worship, and with that, it would be my assumption that there is some dialogue with the affected parties, you know, because maybe they do a cost-benefit analysis and think it's, you know, it's better for them to partner with the municipality and contribute to it as well. to keep the cost down rather than having their own staff load all of the recyclables into a trailer and head down on a Friday morning.
Manager Springer?
Through you, Mayor, I do believe I can work with our communications coordinator to put out a survey perhaps, as well as work with the BIA and the Chamber to make sure that that gets to the people that need it most.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, that the Committee of the Whole defer further discussion on post-transition of non-eligible recycling collection until additional information can be brought forward, and further that staff be directed to begin preliminary discussions with adjacent municipalities and contractors towards a collection strategy. And engage appropriate stakeholders, but I think I missed what Revimo was trying to.
Yeah, I was hoping that we could have some conversation with the 300 plus stops, just to gauge their interest in, is there some way forward that we can work together? Meaning, is there some funding from them?
Stakeholders and affected businesses.
Exactly.
Just revamping that. We'll be with you shortly.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. That the Committee of the Whole defer further discussion on post-transition of non-eligible recycling collection until additional information can be brought forward, and that staff be directed to begin preliminary discussions with adjacent municipalities and contractors towards a collection strategy, and further that staff be directed to engage with appropriate stakeholders and affected businesses.
Council's good with that? All right, so I need a mover for that motion. Revimo, second by Councilor McDonald. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to Fire, Emergency, and Protective Services. That the Committee of the Whole recommend the Renfrew Town Council approve the recommended amendments to the Town of Renfrew Workplace Violence, Harassment, Sexual Harassment, and Discrimination Policy, the Wellness Policy, and the Health and Safety Policy, and further that the appropriate bylaws be brought forward for approval. Mover, please. Councilor McDonald, second by Councilor McWhirter, and I will turn it over to Chief Guest.
Thank you, and to you, Mr. Mayor, to all of Council. So at the regular Council meeting dated February 25th of this year, as Council is aware, they did approve a policy review schedule. As such, we have 3 policies for your review tonight for consideration. There are some regulations that do affect these policies, including the Occupational Health and Safety Act, where it is the duty of the employer to not only prepare both the workplace violence and harassment policy and the health and safety policy, but also these policies must be reviewed at least annually. At the Corporate Joint Health and Safety Committee meeting held on March 19th, the 3 policies were also reviewed. The only changes that were recommended were clerical in nature, simply to update the contact information in all 3 policies. And again, all 3 policies are attached as appendices A, B, and C for your review. Thank you.
Any questions? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to the Office of the CAO and Clerk. The Renfrew Town Council established a preventing auto theft PAT grant working group The Renfrew Town Council established a Preventing Auto Theft, PAT, grant working group and approved terms of reference, and that staff be authorized to execute the necessary documentation to move forward with year 2 and 3 of the project, with information brought back to Town Council regarding next steps and scope of work. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. And I'll turn it over to our clerk, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sidney. So based on council's discussion at the last meeting of council, there was a decision to move forward with year 2 to close out the expenses that were incurred, and then to proceed with some scope of work with regards to year 3 of the PAT grant. As part of that, council had expressed interest in forming a working group to be able to establish to kind of work through the grant items to kind of define a scope of work, and then to move forward with some form of implementation of that work, obviously through approval by council. What I've done is presented a terms of reference taking into account the grant specifications as well as the overall goal of the grant. I've identified area or members that would be appropriate for that working group. You will notice that Adams and Bromley has been identified in the working group. I will like to remind council, and again bringing forward some additional information, Adams and Bromley is part. They were applied as a joint partnership for that grant. It was confirmed that the grant was awarded to both the Town of Renfrew's Police Service Board as well as the Adams and Bromley's Police Service Board. Myself and CAO Raybone did attend one of their committee meetings last week, bringing forward kind of very similar information that and all their questions that you as council also had, and they are currently working through their process, and their council is currently determining whether or not they are interested in proceeding. So that's kind of why, if you see in the terms of reference, it has an asterisk beside it. But I do think that the working group, if they are planning to move forward, that both municipalities are represented. And if council has any questions, I'm happy to receive them.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. Moving on, the Renfrew Town Council rise from committee of the whole. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. All in favor? It's carried. We are now out of committee of the whole at 7:45. Moving on to external boards and county reports. Revimo.
Thank you, and this might be a little bit old for some of the members of the Economic Development Committee today. The first paragraph talks about RCV TAC, and just a very quick update. In 2024, it serviced 74,000 calls and diverted approximately 1,000 emergency room visits a month. So that's a fairly significant savings of the capacity of the emergency departments across the county. And now, we're including a series of walk-in clinics, walk-in in the sense that you attend the website. There's about 6 different locations across the county. In short, what happens is a paramedic has the opportunity to take your history after the medical secretary has done so, and then consult with a doctor. So if there are further tests needed, they can set those up. So it's a really unique way to service for a full range of health issues. Again, this is we are on the very front end of providing this service in rural Ontario, and spend a lot of time on the road assisting others to implement it. The nearest neighbor that we have right now that is putting this in place is Prescott Russell. So it's and they're a much more compact area than we are. The Ottawa Valley Tourism Awards are going to be awarded at the end of this month, I believe. Sorry, at the end of in May. So if you want to recognize somebody, please nominate them. The Warden's Tournament is this year in Renfrew on June 20th, and the proceeds are going to the Family and Children's Services Summer Camp Program and to the Homelessness Fund operated by Renfrew County Housing. I had the pleasure today to present on HYPE. It's helping your place excel, and it's a regional incentive program for the county. It should be in place, all things being equal, on or about the 1st of July or shortly thereafter. And so it allows for energy efficiency upgrades, environmental enhancements, redevelopment of brownfields, agriculture and agritourism, so farm gate sales, accessibility improvements, and commercial and institutional and industrial development, and also regional trail expansion. So it's $100,000. And as I said to the group today, the key to this is that it's the application comes through the town. There are only 7 municipalities in Ontario that have CIP programs at this point, and then it's approved at the town level and then comes to the county. We wander it through our process. We notify the town. The town then notifies the successful applicant, and we transfer the funds to the town after they've passed them through to the applicant. We wanted to be very aware. Sometimes what happens is the big bad county comes along, gets involved, and everybody thinks we're taking over somebody's program. We're not. What we're trying to do is enhance some of the investments that are made in the various communities. Of significance, the brownfield rehab, it allows funding from local CIPs in some instances, plus funding from the county CIP or RIP. But also at the same time, the local municipality has the opportunity to do something with the tax rate, and we wouldn't stand in the way of that, so we've moved our legislation around. So that's a very quick presentation of it, and we're spending $2.5 million on the Algonquin Trail this year, and that should get it up to the, all things being equal and no surprises, up to the border with Papineau-Cameron, and that makes it 7 kilometers or 8 kilometers east of Mattawa. So we are working with Papineau-Cameron to see if we can work out a trail to Mattawa, because that then allows the trail, the Algonquin Trail, to tie into a lot of trails through northeastern Ontario. We are having some early conversations with Papineau-Cameron about the County of Renfrew managing their section of the trail for a fee. We will be getting back to you in the next little while, with next little while, probably this time next year, sorry, with information about users and what kind of an impact year-round access, whether it's snowmobilers or ATV and walkers and horseback and cyclists have. We're trying to get a sense of what the investment has brought. So with that, that's what I can provide to you.
Next is the Renfrew Power Generation shareholder summary Q1. A member of council want to highlight anything? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. Just very briefly to my fellow councillors, I think it's very important that we all attend this year. If you look under the business aspect, RPG has been lobbying the Ontario government, and it's been paused due to the provincial elections. Also losing MPP John Yakubuski was very devastating to us because he was working so hard with the government, and now MPP Billy Deneau is in, and we need to begin those conversations and lobbying the government again to extend our contract. So it's important as shareholders that you be there and listen to what's happening with RPG. That's it.
Thank you. Moving on to confirmation of minutes. The Renfrew Town Council confirmed the minutes of the regular meeting of council dated March 25th, 2025, and closed meeting minutes of March 25th, 2025, understanding that they remain confidential. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Cebulski. All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Clerk? Sorry, through you, Mayor Sidney. Just before we take this off the table, I did have one clarifying question that did come up in the minutes, and I would like to ask actually council as well as Councillor McDonald. It was regarding the notice of motion, the motion that was put forward regarding the tenancies. So we are looking just to see clarification on the information that council is seeking, whether it's a financial piece or a building facility piece. Again, it kind of determines where that information is going to get pulled from and how it's presented to council. It was the notice of motion that was put forward by yourself regarding a report brought forward regarding the tenancies, a monthly update on tenancies.
Councillor McDonald?
Sorry, clarification, what exactly are you looking for? I was just trying to get it on here.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, the clarification I'm seeking is whether you're looking for a financial update, like a monthly financial update, a building like facilities report update, or both. We're just trying to figure out which way it goes.
Thank you. Both, an update with regard to everything that should be relevant for council to make decisions moving forward. So.
Again, through you, Mayor Sidney, so seeking a regular monthly update on all tenants in town-owned facilities and their current financial standings.
Yes, and also the facilities themselves, if repairs are needed along those sort of lines.
Thank you.
Great. I knew that I was supposed to do that and I forgot. Okay, with that being said, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to communications and petitions.
Your Worship, thank you. I'm declaring an interest on this and will remove myself. I didn't get my hand up fast enough at the first of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion of the Renfrew Town Council receive Integrity Commissioner Tony Fleming's final report in reference to file number 31176-40 dated March 21st, 2025 as information. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. Does council have any questions on this report? As there's no findings, so all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. The next three are correspondence. Does council have any questions regarding these? Okay, Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Just a quick clarifying question. I just want to make sure the correspondence from resident L. Hanforth concerned regarding the reductions in the fitness. I just want to make sure. In her letter, she states that, here it is, the shift to closing the gym at 8 p.m. on weekdays and 6 p.m. on weekends. I just want to clarify, are we closing the fitness center at 8 p.m. or is it at 9 p.m.?
CEO, do you have that?
Through the mayor, my understanding is that it was at 9 p.m. throughout the week. That could be possibly just a typo. I will have to confirm exactly whether it was 8 or 9, but everything that I was made aware of, it was supposed to be 9 p.m.
Okay, perfect. If we could get that clarified. I just don't want to out in the public that we're closing at 8 o'clock when in fact we're closing at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, and just to top up on that, can you clarify the weekends? I know several of us came in to speak to you, CAO, through you, Mayor, that the 6 p.m., we had concerns about that. Can you just clarify if there have been any changes with regard to the weekend access?
Through you, Mayor, there's been no changes at this time. The scheduling of it is a complicated process when you're trying to adhere to all collective agreement requirements with the unions. So we have not been able to find a way that we could schedule longer for the duties required in that facility without breaking one of those items. We are still considering options though at this time.
Councillor McWhorter.
For you, Mayor, actually for CEO, don't the members have key fobs, like, so they can come and go as they choose as long as the building's open, I would think, without somebody there monitoring them, no?
CEO.
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor McWhirter. So yes, the membership does have a fob that allows them into that facility. The problem comes down to when we do our end-of-day cleaning. The cleaning process is a process that is not necessarily a safe process to be doing the full detailed one with other residents or people in there, as the equipment could become very slippery, could become a little dangerous. So it comes down to that end-of-day cleaning can't be done as late on the weekend as it would typically be done earlier, as it would during the week when we have a little more staff availability. So that's where things are looking at. So is there a way that we could close it for an hour, do the cleaning, and then reopen it? Possibly, but there's pieces that we'd have to look at of checking to ensure the safety and health of anybody using the facility immediately after a deep clean, basically.
Yeah, I can understand. It needs to be cleaned.
Thank you. So just for council's consideration, H2, 3, and 4, if council would like staff to respond to those questions, we would need to have a motion to direct staff to respond to those 3 letters. Councillor Andrew Dick.
I'd like to put that motion forward. I think it's super important that we and staff respond. Council can respond to these because they were emailed to all of us. My concern is, and I always say this, and I feel staff's feelings on this, we have to set expectations when we answer to our residents. We're not in it to debate you through email. We're in it to answer your questions. You might not like the answers, but you must accept the answers. And it's not a debate through email, if you understand what I'm saying, Mayor Sidney. So I would like to put that motion forward that somebody responds to these wonderful people. Okay. Whether my councillors want to agree with it, that's up to them.
Do we have a seconder?
But I will put that forward.
Councillor McDonald, any questions from council? Councillor McWhirter?
Be specific, H2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just to formalize the motion, for that council understands what they're moving and seconding, that Renfrew Town Council directs staff to respond to questions raised in correspondence received by residents, items H.2 to H.4.
You're good with that, Councillor Dick? Okay. Grievimo, you have a question?
Yes, and would it be possible to I'm going to say cut and paste, likely the wrong terminology, but cut and paste some of the explanations into and transforming it into a frequently asked questions and put it on the website, so some of these things don't keep coming back over and over again, and I'm not suggesting they would, but on the off chance that they might.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Revimo brings up a great point. Tonight's budget meeting, we were planning to do a Q&A with regards to the budget. We didn't have a lot of questions specifically asked, but we are still planning to answer any questions that were raised. So at council's direction, the questions that were asked in these correspondence could also be added to the Q&A. So I would amend that to say that Renfrew Town Council directs staff to respond to questions raised in correspondence received by residents, items H.2 to H.4, and further that staff be directed to add identified questions to the public draft Q&A, public draft budget Q&A.
Councillor Andrew Dick, you're good with that? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Councillor McDonald, you're good to second it still? Okay. Any other further questions? All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, Council. Matters arising from Committee of the Whole. So I'll read them all, and if Council wishes to vote separately, let me know. That Renfrew Town Council adopt the following resolutions considered in Committee of the Whole on March 25th, 2025. Number 1, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to continue with the design of the biosolids conveyor, cross auger, and budget for appropriate 2025 design costs and postpone construction pending grant availability. 2, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to proceed with work required to construct the Boncher River Trail in accordance with the development plan. 3, the Renfrew Town Council support the modular housing development at Boncher Manor. Boncher Manor proposed by the County of Renfrew, and authorize staff to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the county regarding the approval of costs and waiver of applicable fees, charges, and parkland dedication requirements. 4, that Renfrew Town Council enter into a memorandum of understanding with Renfrew Collegiate Institute in regards to the revitalization of the throwing pitch at Mattaway Park. 5, that Renfrew Town Council adopt a routine disclosure policy, and further that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward for approval. And 6, that Renfrew Town Council approve the recommended amendments to the surplus to disposition of rolling stock and equipment policy, and further that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward for approval. Are we good to go all one? Okay, is there one you'd like to pull, Councillor Swalski?
Paul, are we allowed to have conversation on these? Can I? Yeah. I'd like to open discussion, and just for others to hear me on number 2. I've had a couple of...
We do need a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, review one second by Councillor Andrew Dick. Councillor Spolsky.
Thank you. I've had a couple residents reach out about safety concerns. I did mention this to Manager Springer, and maybe in crossing with Director Withers due to budget talks, busy week, et cetera, I didn't get an opportunity to pursue this in the depth that I'd like to. I'm not against it. I'm still in support, but I want to have these conversations in depth. I'm asking if we could defer this to next meeting, just to have the opportunity for the documentation be provided, a conversation, because it is a safety concern from 2 residents. And I just want to make sure that we cross all the T's and dot the I's. And I know what the answer is going to be, but I still want to do this.
In regards to the Boncher River Trail?
In regards to the Boncher River Trail, number 2. That's it. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you, and I agree with Councillor Sobolski. I think we just need to dot our I's, cross our T's. This is a big decision. Again, I'm in support of it too. I just want to make sure what I'm voting for is it's good. And we've had some concerns. Residents reach out to us, and we're close, and we just want to make sure. So I'm in agreement of deferring it for 2 weeks.
So with that, what I'm thinking is that they are likely making a motion to withdraw that one out of and table it. Thanks.
Okay, so I did read the motion. 2 has been pulled. If you refresh your screen, you'll see that it's been stroked out. So if council is okay voting on 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then we'll do the other one after that. Is council okay with that? All in favor? That's carried. Sorry, I'm refreshing my system a lot. The Renfrew Town Council deferred the decision on proceeding with the work required to construct the Boncher River Trail in accordance with the development plan until the next regular meeting of council on April 22nd. Mover, please. Councillor Sobolski, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. Any further discussion on this? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Matters arising from Committee of the Whole of tonight. The Renfrew Town Council adopt the following resolutions considered in Committee of the Whole on April 8th, 2025. E.1.2. The Renfrew Town Council authorizes the Mayor and Clerk to enter into agreement with the Ontario Clean Water Agency to participate in the IESO Voltus Energy Program. Mover, please. Councillor Sobolski, second by Councillor McWhirter. Any further discussion on this? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to bylaws. That bylaws listed on the agenda of April 7th. Should be 8th. Bylaws listed on the agenda of April 8, 2025 be taken as read and passed. 30-2025, adopt a new routine disclosure policy. 31-2025, amend bylaw number 45-2023, surplus and disposition of rolling stock and equipment policy. 32-2025, repeal bylaw number 63-2023, Mattaway Expansion Working Group. And 33-2025, amend bylaw number 39-2024, Council Appointment Bylaw. CEO?
So through you, Mayor, the staff respectfully requests that the last one there, the council appointment one, be just deferred to the next meeting. As when we drafted this, we were still sorting out and awaiting the final responses of who would be the alternate for that HR liaison position. We now have that sorted, but it was not until today. So if we defer this, then that change can happen all at once at the next meeting, as opposed to having it again today and then passing another amendment at the next meeting. If council is willing to that, we respectfully request that.
Is council okay with that? Okay. Okay, so we will defer that. So the motion now is the bylaws listed on the agenda of April 8, 2025 be taken as read and passed. 30-2025, adopt a new routine disclosure policy. 31-2025, amend bylaw number 45-2023, surplus to disposition of rolling stock and equipment policy. And 32-2025, repeal bylaw number 63-2023, Mattaway Expansion Working Group. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor McWhorter. Any discussion on this? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. Who's that?
Oh, is that might be Bruce's missing phone.
Bear with us here for 1 second.
This is his SD card. This is too.
Okay, we have another motion here, that the decision on bylaw 33-2025 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 39-2024. Breaking into disco here for a second. Being a bylaw to appoint council members to advisory committee teams, local boards, and other entities be deferred until the next regular council meeting of April 22nd, 2025. Mover, please. Councillor McWhorter, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Motions of which notice has previously been given. The Renfrew Town Council directs staff to provide the following information. 1, full annual history of summer grant applications and hiring since 2020. 2, full organizational flowchart. 3, total FTE full-time equivalent positions and hours since November of 2022 till current comparable data. And 4, current and new hired FTE full-time equivalent positions and hours for the Mattaway Expansion Project. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. And I'll turn it over to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Just 4 areas of interest that give us a better understanding. The first one is the full annual history of summer student applications. I'm in support of that, but I think it's good to know their history for the last 5 years up to the current. So what I'm looking for is positions that are applied for, the ratio of positions approved and funded through the program each year, and then how much the town itself had to be defunded. Number 2 is provide a proper full organizational flow chart for all of council. Again, there's been lots of changes since we've been on since 2022, and it'll give us a clear understanding, and also for staff and council with regard to chain of command issues. Number 3, to provide the total full-time equivalent positions and hours when this council was elected in November of 2022, and secondly, to the current comparable data. This will provide the necessary information for town efficiency conversations, and I'd also like to identify the positions of the net increase since 2022. And the last one is please provide the current new hired full-time equivalent positions and hours for the Mattaway Expansion Project. And I think moving forward, this will assist us with establishing a baseline regarding operations. This information will assist council in decision-making as budgetary efficiencies are sought. Further, the staff is requested to provide transparency and ensure accountability to the public. So thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Sorry about that. I just have one request on this motion, and I think we can do it because it says full organizational flow chart. For me, it's important to know their names. I don't want the position. I want to know who's working that position. And I think we can do that because we're asking for full organizational flow charts. So the position, the name, and possibly some of their duties.
CEO?
So through you, Mayor, I would then have to create a second version because this is on here, it would need to come as a public report. We can't put the individuals' names on a public one, but we can prepare a second confidential one with all of the individuals' names and all of the various positions. That would be just an internal document for council and staff. But for the public one that will be on the agenda, it would have to be position titles.
Clarifying question?
Clarifying question, thank you. I need to be explained to why the taxpayers of this town cannot know where people work and what their positions are. I need that explained to me, please.
So identifying a specific individual into their position is something that is typically not published out. We don't typically publish out that information. Not all of our individuals have business cards where it would be very obvious and handed out to the individual to know this is their exact position title. So it's one of those that is not traditionally included as like when we know that this person works out at the Public Works Garage, the general public doesn't necessarily know that they're a machine operator versus a skilled operator. Those are information that we don't necessarily share out to the public as to who kind of falls into where, because it could potentially identify their income or other information.
I'm not okay with that, Mayor Sidney. I'm just not okay with it. The taxpayers are paying for these gentlemen and ladies that are working for the town of Renfrew. And from my understanding, what's being said tonight, it's typically not done. I just don't see the big deal. We're around town and we see these gentlemen and ladies working and doing their jobs, and why can't we know what their job titles are? I don't know, maybe I'm off the cuff here, guys. Am I on a limb on my own?
Reeve?
I think think of it as you're an employer first. So as an employer, you have to protect your employees. So by giving their names, that exposes them could expose them to harassment and just an intrusion in their lives. If you're an employee here, you've got your spouse and your kids, and you're at hockey, and somebody comes raging up to you and says you didn't plow my roundabout the right way. You're always tearing up my grass. So those are the kinds of things that do happen. I'm aware of those, and so I think as an employer, you have a duty to try and protect your employees. And in fairness, I think by us knowing the names, that'll certainly help if somebody calls you and says such and such. I was talking to Bobby. He works for the town, and he tells me that there's 7 people that are sitting in an office all day long monitoring the phones or something silly. Then we have an opportunity to track that back.
Mayor Sidney, thank you, and through you. Okay, thank you very much, Revimo. I accept that answer, and I understand it a little better now. But in private, can we have the names, please? Because for my visual and understanding of the structure, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much, everybody, for the answers.
Any other discussion on this motion? All in favor? Carried, thank you. Moving on to K.2, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to research and provide an alternative option to the current system of snow removal, relocation, and the potential cost savings associated with this approach. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter, and I'll turn it over to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. This specifically has to do with winter control and snow removal. Budget line that was identified was 1-4-4351, contracted services. The budgeted item was $150,000. And first of all, thank you for the Public Works for the work they do. It's tough out in the grind in the wintertime, and this is not to micromanage, but I've seen different options play out, specifically within Ottawa. For example, with the heavy-duty blower utilized in residential areas, it's simply accompanied with a safety vehicle. The snow is relocated on the adjacent properties to allow for the widening of roadways and to remove the windrows between the sidewalk and the roadway. Therefore, we might minimize the use of contracted services that would, and the associated costing would be substantially minimized. This new approach could be handled in-house, thus resulting in cost savings for the contracted services. So just a potential exploratory work with regard to this to see if it is even doable within our town. The status quo might have to remain for the downtown area. There's no way to relocate snow, and there might be certain areas within the town that it might not be the appropriate thing, but at least if we can look into it and potential savings. So thank you.
Any questions from council?
No questions, just a warning. There might be people show up next week to talk about this because they're worried about slush and dirt being blown onto their lawns. So just so you're aware of that.
Any other? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Reeve, and I agree with you. I just know that's in Ottawa specifically, that's the standard in the residential areas, and it's regard to levels of service that Renfrew is used to. I agree.
Any further question? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to K.3. The Renfrew Town Council directs staff to provide the following information. 1, current street sweeping operations. 2, street sweeper life expectancy. 3, options regarding contracting street sweeping services. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. And I'll turn it back over to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. And again, this is not to micromanage. It's just with regard to cost-saving potential. I'm aware in 2023, I believe it was 2023, we redid the bylaw for the current street sweeping operations. I'd just like to be able to confirm that we're just doing it in spring and the fall. That's usually the best business practices elsewhere. There was some word at that time too with regard to the life expectancy that we were on the last legs of the street sweeper. I'd just like that updated with regard to what do we have? Is it near its life expectancy? And the third part of it is just a business plan. Provide council the necessary information regarding the option of contracting out this service for only the spring and fall operations, potentially twice a year. I see it as the interdepartmental efficiencies, if we can come up with something. If we do have an individual that we're able to move back and forth, and especially we were talking previously with regard to the employment over at the landfill site. So I'm just wondering if there's room there, and also the business plan with regard to contracting this service out. So that's basically the premise for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? All in favor? That's carried. There is no motion requiring suspension of the rules. Notice of motion. I'm bringing one, so I will be bringing one next meeting, but we'll have to step down from the seat and do that, but just pertaining to no mow may. I'll be bringing that forward. Councillor McWhorter?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm putting forward a notice of motion for the April 22nd regular meeting of council to direct staff to bring forward an information report on accessibility for Ontarians Disability Act regarding the public facility accessibility compliance requirements as it relates to specifically the McDougall Museum. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other notice of motion? Okay. Hearing none. Moving on to N. That Renfrew Town Council convene in closed session with the authorized staff remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of the Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local boards. Section 2392G, a matter in respect of which council, board, committee, or other board may hold a closed meeting under another act. Section 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local boards, more specifically how it relates to potential lease agreement for Public Works Town Garage, CK, ongoing investigation, G, Community Safety and Policing Act, 2019, Section, so 2019 C1, Shed 1, Section 442K and L. Mover, please. Councillor Sobalski, second by Reeve Vimo. Any questions going into closed? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? We are now closed at 8:22. We will just take a 5-minute break. We're good? All right, welcome back from our closed session. We do have a couple of motions to read. The first one, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to inform the identified property owner that the town is no longer interested in proceeding with lease negotiations at this time, and further that staff be directed to bring forward additional town garage options in a public report. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Reeve Emo. Any questions, council? All in favor? Carried. And the second motion, the Renfrew Town Council deferred discussions on an ongoing investigation until a special meeting of council called for April 22nd at 10 a.m. Mover, please. Councillor Benedict, second by Councillor McWhorter. Any questions? Hearing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Upcoming meetings, a regular council meeting of April 22nd at 5:30. Economic Development, and then the special council meeting on the 22nd at 10. Economic Development Advisory Committee, May 13th at 10 a.m. And the Renfrew Town Council adopt the confirmatory bylaw 34-2025 and that it be taken as read and passed. Mover, please. Reeve Emo, second by Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. We are adjourned at 9:41. Have a good night. Thanks, council.